Well, welcome back to the part 2 of Lux's bizarre adventures and the British weather striking him down right where he stands. Unfortunately, the stream decided to peace out on me, my connection decided to say bye-bye to me, and as such I had to restart my whole PC and basically come back here, right now, because I thought, you know, that was not a very nice place to be left off. And I felt like you guys deserve to get an actual conclusion. Instead of me just piecing out. So as such, we're gonna keep going. It's probably gonna take a while for people to realize that I'm still alive and kicking. And not just getting consumed by Mother Nature as we know it. But before that happens, we just gotta do what we gotta do. It's alright, Liz, it's alright. I mean, Liz, if you promise not to be mean to me, I'll forgive you. But you gotta promise. You can't go halvesy on that. Nah, I don't know. Something about the weather today is just clearly not playing ball. I don't know what's about it. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? What can you do? Alright, let's go with Szayelaporro for this one, and then let's do... let's just go with some wacky team Wino. You did nothing, Liz, but you were the accomplice, I feel like. In my connection being disconnected from this corporeal realm. And also for a rare reason the chat stopped working for me, so I have to quickly reconnect that. Let me see. Let's try that. See if they're gonna fix it. Hi there, Doug. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Okay, that fixed the chat for me, so we are good now. How you doing, big man? What's been happening with you lately? Anything exciting? Yeah, doing pretty well, except, well, for the most part at least. Had a slight disruption from the Mother Nature, as you saw probably. Through another notification in Discord, but other than that, we're doing fine. Other than that, we're doing fine. Had quite an eventful journey today, shall we say. Was full of twists and turns and ups and downs, as one may say. You're reaching his crit damage, crit rate, Liz. That's what she needs. Hi there, Angel. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you. Has she now, Liz? I don't know about that, but I'll take your word for it. It's alright, Doc. It's alright. Don't worry about it. Ooh, doesn't look like there's anything too exciting here, unfortunately. Okay, let's use up all your stamina, Liz. For the day at least, so don't have to worry about spending so it doesn't overcap again. It always does for Angel, it always does. Hopefully no, Angel. Hopefully not. Hopefully you're gonna be nice and safe. There's always not enough freedom, Liz. Where there's freedom, there's gotta be more freedom to be had. I like it that your priorities are pretty straight, Angel. The man needs to get his package, you know what? I respect that. I do respect that. Look, Angel, I don't know what your agenda with PC clients, but I feel like you just have to embrace the emulator lifestyle and just, you know, go with the flow, as one may say. Because you gotta accept the PC client is most likely not coming. Or if he does, no anytime soon. Probably, Doug, but let's just hope that ain't gonna happen. That's the best thing we can all hope for. See, is there anything else exciting here? Unfortunately, no. I mean, at this point, you might as well reroll Angel, honestly, and just start on your new server, because the server that you did start on, the people are probably already juiced out to the gills. So you ain't competing with those guys. Well, it's probably all the internet providers kind of slowly but surely piecing out. Ooh, dog, the true connoisseur of it all. I know the meme that you're talking about, for better or for worse. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything too exciting. I mean, if Liz is Wi-Fi running better, guys, well, there's clearly a problem there. You get your 90s of May summer vacation. Very nice. Just count your blessings, guys, because in UK, the summer vacation starts on 16th of July. So at the bare minimum, you get majority of the summer off. Listen, Angel, just do what Newton did. Just start dropping apple on people's heads and just hope for the best. Alright, let's try it again. See if we can get something decent going. No, it's fine, Liz, it's fine, don't worry about it. I don't mind helping out a little bit. I did, as I said, feel bad for you, so I feel like this is my redemption for you. So it's absolutely fine. Well, Liz, what can a man say? Sometimes you have to feel bad when you feel bad. Nah, it's fine. I don't mind helping out a little bit. I mean, knowing Liz probably tears of her enemies. Garnished with a little soul dipping sauce on the side. Let's go with a few more. Well, Angel, when there's a will, there's a way. As a wise man's once said. I actually don't even know what that is either. Let me see if I can Google that. Ooh, that looks interesting. I assume this is what it is. I don't really know what I'm looking at, but it looks like some sort of parcel with meat inside, I assume. Liz, explain. Is it like steamed meat with vegetables? I mean, it looks good. I just don't really know what it is still. Let me see. Pit barbecue meat. Ah, okay, so you're basically barbecuing the meat. Oh, that looks nice. Okay. So this is what you have. I see. I mean, look, Hakim, I'm a visionary. Not many people know this, but I can see into the future. Only said future doesn't involve luck, okay? But I can see into the future otherwise. And I just keep telling you guys, you gotta live in the future. You gotta think globally, not locally, is what I always said. But yeah, the new event is really fun. I did enjoy it tremendously. I think pineapple and meat is very good, honestly, because like when I was little, my mom used to make this dish where she would get a chicken breast, she would pound it basically into like almost like a schnitzel type flat surface. She would pan fry it, and then basically add on top a slice of pineapple with some cheese on top, and then put it under a broiler for like 10 minutes, and basically served it with a side of mashed potatoes. And it was one of the greatest dishes I ever had, to this day. It's so good. And sometimes you can add a little bit of like bechamel sauce to it. Basically make it kind of like schnitzel almost. But more times than not, my mom didn't have time to do that, so she would just set off like pineapple and cheese. But with bechamel, it's even better. When it comes to food, I'm very simple to please. I don't have, like, the palate of an oil magnet. I don't eat caviar and lobster every day, so I'd be fine with anything. As long as it's edible and as long as it tastes good, I'll have whatever. It doesn't really bother me that much. And I'm also a relatively adventurous eater, you know. I'll try anything once. And if I don't like it, I just won't eat it again. That's as simple as it gets. Alright, so I finished these for you, Liz. I did your dailies for you. The one thing that I'm gonna leave for you, Liz, is to do your guild challenge, okay? Don't disappoint me on this one. Let me collect your mail for you, I guess, as well. There you go. So, I did all your stamina, Liz. I did all your stuff. And now, I think I'm gonna bounce to my free-to play and try to basically do all the dailies there as well. No, I mean, as I said, I will try it. It looks good. And I do like barbecue quite a bit. I do like, you know, I grew up with a lot of campfire fried meats, shall we say, like shashlik and all that good stuff. You know, a bit of Turkish influence, which I know you know all about, Liz. It's fine, Liz, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Listen, Hakim, what do you want me to do? I didn't choose this life of being in Crunchyroll realm. It chose me. Whoever at Crunchyroll HQ looked at the map, they decided the UK was part of the North America. Who decided that? I don't know. But whoever did, they clearly did me this service. And as such, I'm not too pleased with them for that. Collect this for you as well, Liz. Just so you don't forget. There we go. And accept all these good people that want to be friends with you as well. That's a tall claim, dog. That's a tall claim. I feel like all of them are not that good, but they're like the three evils, basically, when it comes to gaming. Okay, let's go with this one. I mean, come on. Come on, Doug. You tricked Liz into thanking you for your insult as well? That's a true 5D chess maneuver right there, if I've ever seen one. She took no dear sorry back? Oh, Doug, you're not gonna recover mentally from that kind of emotional damage. You're lucky to be still standing. Alright. So let me do... Okay, let's put down full screen. Let's... Actually don't know why I was still on that one, to be honest, but... Let me see. So... Let's do this one. And then let me do log out from here. Those were my re-rolling emails, Doc. What do you want me to say? I used them all alone once upon a time. Okay. Let's see. Let's do... Okay, gotta log in on this one. Tis indeed, Angel. Tis indeed. No, those were all the re-rolling emails I used to use back in the day. Hi, Sazu. Hopefully you're doing well. Glad to see you. I don't think I would eat cockroaches unless there was a good selling point for them. Because as I say, I'll try anything once, and if somebody can sell me on them, I might be like, okay, maybe. I cleared the last stage relatively easy, to be honest, but then again, I did use the almighty power of connections, and I got Justin to do it for me. So I feel like, in that retrospect, I was fine. But we'll have to wait and see. Okay, so let's do the Mal Rewind now. Hakim is unfortunately not on our server list, so I don't think he would be able to help you out. Alright. Right. Let's do... Where is it? There we go. Team up. Looks as a wise man once said, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And if eating cockroach makes me stronger, then so be it. Plus, I mean, bugs are pretty big in, like, some Asian countries, and I think in Brazil as well, they eat them. And, you know, if you can cook a dish with them and it tastes decent, I might give it a try. There's an interesting comparison, Doug. Do you eat bugs as well, Liz? I didn't know that. I mean, I know the scorpions are a thing, but like, the thing is, right? Anything can be food if it's prepared well enough. At the end of the day. Because, you guys have one of the greatest tacos I ever had, which is lingua tacos, which is basically like beef tongue, thinly sliced on a piece of taco, on a tortilla rather, and it's one of the greatest tacos you can possibly have. I really like it, and you know, for 99% of people out there, the idea of eating tongue is probably not the most appealing, but let me tell you, it tastes really good. So, that's the kind of thing that I mean, that something might sound off-putting, but if they taste good, they taste good. If something doesn't taste good, then obviously I wouldn't want to try it. I heard about grasshoppers, but as I said, I never had any bugs in like a dish. If they were part of a dish, and you know, they were cooked well, prepared by like a professional, shall we say, who knows what they're doing, I wouldn't be against it. Well, Sazu, now you did, and now you're part of this. Would I eat a snake? Yeah, why not? I mean, snake doesn't sound that off-putting to me. I mean, it's a lizard, you know. There is plenty of, like, snake meat dishes out there. I never tried it, but I know that in China they put snakes in, like, alcohol and marinate liquor in them. So there probably is some dish with them that tastes pretty decent. I mean, the idea is not that appealing, but as I said before, meat is meat. At the end of the day, if you can make something taste good, I'll try it. As I say, it has to taste good. If it tastes good, I'm all about it. If it doesn't taste good and it's just a prank, then no. Because you gotta keep in mind, in America they have a dish called Rocky Mount oysters. And it has nothing to do with the mountains nor the oysters, because all it is deep fried bull testicles. And people enjoy those. People eat them, and they enjoy them. So if people can eat that, people can eat anything. Let's be honest. Would I want to try it, personally? Probably not. But, like, there is an acquired taste to those kinds of things out there. And somebody has to enjoy it, because people wouldn't just eat something without enjoying it. I mean, to be honest, you can hide a lot of crime in a soup, you know? You can hide a lot of things in a soup. I appreciate it, Sansa, I appreciate it. Yeah, there's plenty of very, very strange dishes out there that, you know, people really like. For example, there's another dish that, in Japan, basically what they do is they take, The only way I can describe it is a sperm sac of a fish. And it's called Shanko. And basically, I don't want to read my search history, but it's just a sperm sac of a fish, basically, that you eat. I'll leave it at that. So yeah, there's another one where you blend like raw octopus with a bunch of other stuff and eat that as well. So yeah, there's plenty of weird things out there in the world, for better or for worse. I guess so, Liz. And that's the thing. I wouldn't judge anyone for what they eat. It's just, when it comes to me trying things, you have to sell me on them. Like, if you can tell me why this dish is good and why I should try it, I would be more inclined to try it. And if you lie to me, I will never forgive you and I will hold it against you until the end of times. Well, you're saying that, Hakim, but in Brazil they eat guinea pigs. They fry, or actually roast, guinea pigs on the spit and eat them. And those are essentially mice. Just cuter. So, if people eat those, people will eat a mice if they have to. Like, you gotta understand, there's no a single animal out there that people haven't tried eating. Like, there's no a single animal. I mean, people eat fugu fish, which literally is the most poisonous fish in the world. Do you understand how many people had to go through, like, trial and error in order to understand how to eat fugu fish? A ton. A ton, basically. And the reason for that is because some mad lad out there decided, you know what? The puffer fish over there, I want to eat it. And the rest is history. And the rest is history. That's just how it is. Yeah, but ratatouille doesn't have rat in it. It's just vegetables. Sazu, come on. But ratatouille is a pretty nice dish. It's basically just a bunch of vegetables with like tomato sauce. The only thing is, it doesn't really taste like anything. Like, it just roasted vegetables with tomato sauce. It looks cool. It sounds cool. It doesn't taste that great. Like, it's fine. I know, Sazo, I know. Trust me. It's alright, it's alright. I get it. Alright. So now that we sorted that one out, let me go here and try out all of these. Let's see. Let's claim all the daily stuff. Ooh, we got a bunch of S ranks. Very nice. Ooh, another one. Taking that. Okay, let's group them all up. Now let's start with a frenzy feast. Let's do the chores out of the way. We need to go with rust on this one, which should be fine. Let me enable the volume. Forgot about that. There we go. Alright, let's put Rangiku in there. Let's put Tosin and then again. That should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Whew. Let's see how well we can do against the big man Byakuya. Liz, trust me, my luck can be worse. If there's a new low to hit, you better bet I can reach it. Just give me enough time and perseverance to do so. Oh man, my chat backed out for a second again. Okay, hold up. Hold up, let me restart that real quick. For some reason it stopped working. Okay. Hopefully that should fix it. I'll give it a second. I mean, Szayelaporro is a really good character so far. I feel like he's a very simple but very potent character. He's not a must-have though, like, especially for free-to-plays, I feel like he's good, but he's not required. Because Mom will do the job. Ooh, Hakim is living that dangerous lifestyle. Look, Hakim, life is too short to be concerned about those kinds of things. Do what you need to do. If you're hungry, you eat. That's the way I see it. Ah, I see, Liz. I see. I thought you were casting a charm spell on Hakim to put down those chicken wings. Kinda like a little bit expect Patronum to exercise the demons of hunger. It is a bold choice to be eating chicken wings at like 1 AM, Hakim, though. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Alright, let's go with that. I mean, Liz will never refuse food, trust me. Like, if you ever want to get Liz into, you know, a box of medium to large size to, you know, potentially take her to another location against her better judgment, just put a plate of food in there. It doesn't matter what kind of food, but, you know, if it is Mexican food, even better. And she will most likely, you know, willingly get inside that box and just have a nice scrumptious meal. And after that, you can do whatever you will. Well, am I wrong, Liz? Come on. I would be the same. I'm not any better. You put like a plate of nice barbecue and a comically oversized mousetrap, I'll probably fall for it. You know, I'll probably be right there, you know, chowing down on some brisket or whatever. And fighting against a mousetrap with one hand and brisket in another. We all part of the same list, don't you worry. I'll try not to forget, Liz. I'll try not to forget. Can't promise much, though. My memory is as good as a block of fine Swiss cheese. It's more holes than cheese, I'll tell you that much. Let's keep going. Well, I do appreciate the enthusiasm, Liz. Say what you will about you, but you are a very enthusiastic person no matter what you do. Even if it's getting taken against your will to another location. I'll javelin some green tea to you, don't worry. I'll joust it for you. I'll send my finest chariot to deliver it to you firsthand. On said joust. I'll use only the finest Roman Express. I get Dark on a horn. He'll be the delivery man. Not doing too bad. It's getting a little bit better than what I was hoping for, I guess. Every time I had to fight against off affinity typing, it's no ideal, but I think we're doing pretty decently. Well, Liz, I don't know. A piñata will be a bit too inconspicuous. I feel like we're gonna go with the Trojan strategy. You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it can fool Troyes, it can fool you. Or probably Mexican TSA. I don't know, it depends which one we're gonna go against. Because I feel like TSA will be less likely to question a ginormous wooden horse than a ginormous piñata. Don't you think so? Exactly, Liz. That's the kind of attitude I like to see from my accomplices. You don't have to know what we do, you just have to be ready. Alright, Hakim, shoot. You know, it's almost 12 PM, might as well go for moral dilemmas. No time like the present. Look, I understand, Liz, but we're just trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. We don't want to draw unwanted attention from the government or anyone else. What if we get like a group of rabid kids that decide to go into that piñata with a bunch of bats? What are we gonna do then? Our cow will be blown. They're gonna think about candy and all they're gonna find is a Mexican woman and a British gentleman smuggling inside themselves. Somewhere, somehow. And the hell of it all is going to be in Italian, which is going to make the situation even more precarious. I can see where this is going by going. I mean, you know that morally the right answer is to tell, but the thing is, there's gonna be a few factors. So first of all, is the marriage, you know, happy? Are they in the process of maybe going through divorce? Maybe it's an open relationship. You know, there's many factors that could be at play there. If it is a happy marriage, and if my sibling is cheating on somebody, I would personally have a conversation with them first and be like, okay, I saw what you did, let's talk about it. Because, you know, obviously what you're doing is wrong, but I want to hear you out. And then, if they give me a compelling enough reason for why they did it, I might be more inclined to keep my silence. Otherwise, probably not. But it really depends. Okay, if it was just, you know, off the whim, kind of like he just did it stupidly, I would probably tell, because honestly, like genuinely speaking, if somebody does that, they're most likely gonna do it again. And at that point, they're just a slippery road towards chaos. But the thing is, I wouldn't do it personally. I would probably just like, you know, just send like an anonymous text or something and be like, look, this is what happened, that's about it. But that would only happen in two circumstances. First, I like my siblings' significant other. And second, I genuinely cared for their well-being. You know? If neither of those factors were present, I would probably just talk to my sibling about it and then just call it a day. However, if I felt like their significant other is just a very nice person, and, you know, they just genuinely, you know, love my sibling, I would be more inclined to tell them about it and then let them work it out. And then, you know, if they can't work it out, because you gotta address these things, you can't just keep them hidden. That never works out. Listen, Hakim. A marriage that is based on lies never lasts. Like, let's be honest. If you have a marriage that's based on lies and nothing but lies, it ain't gonna last. You gotta confront these issues head on, and if your marriage is not strong enough to withhold them and like overcome them, then is it really a marriage worth keeping? I'm just saying. Hi, the Chronic, glad to see you. Hopefully you will. I don't know about that, Angel. That's your tax-free mindset speaking. But yeah, I just genuinely feel like, you know, if somebody cheated once, right? If I had a conversation with them, and they couldn't give me a compelling enough reason to why they did it, at that point, I feel like there's a fundamental problem happening. Because, like, I wouldn't snitch before talking to my sibling and understanding why they did what they did. And if they don't have good enough reason, I feel like it's for their own good for them to be honest with their partner. Personally. And if I feel like they won't do it, only then might I be inclined to tell them about it. Maybe. Look, Angel. We're not living in Mad Max universe, okay? People don't just go around and do stuff like that. I mean, look, Hakim. If my sibling was a kind of person that just cheats on their significant other, chances are they're not a good person to begin with. Like, let's be honest. Because the kind of mindset it takes for somebody to cheat on their significant other is very special. And only very special kind of individuals can do it. And chances are, if I had a really good relationship with my sibling, and I didn't have, you know, any conflict with them, if I spoke to them about this first, we would come to some mutual agreement that they have to tell their significant other, I feel like, about it. Or at least address the issue. And if they, like, for example, weren't happy in their marriage, I would probably just suggest to them to, you know, tell their significant other, talk through it. If they can't talk through it, basically break up. That's it, because, like, at the end of the day, as I said, I don't believe in a marriage being lasted on lies. I genuinely don't. And in marriage, there's no such thing as a white lie. Like, it generally isn't. Especially when it comes to something as serious as that. I don't think it's prioritizing your bond with your sibling or their partner, because at that point, you're prioritizing their own well-being. Because let's be honest, like, what's gonna happen afterwards? Like, let's say you don't say anything. You ignore it completely. You don't address your sibling. You don't do anything. And you just keep getting on with your life. At some point in the future, your sibling will come to a point where their significant other will find out that they're cheating. Because let's be honest, people who cheat are not the smartest people in the world. They usually leave clues pretty easily. Where there's like lipstick on their shirt, you know, hair, maybe the phone number rings, you know, there's many different ways you can find out. And they find out basically their partner was cheating by themselves. I feel like that would be a much harsher blow for both parties involved. Because then the sibling will be caught in an act, the significant other will be caught by basically being deceived for a long time. And all it's gonna lead to is basically a fracture in their relationship even further, especially if there's kids involved. Where I feel like if you address it soon enough, there's not gonna be that fracture as much, and you can be like, this is what I did, I know that it's wrong, but this is why I did, and it is what it is, kind of situation. I mean, that's one of the solutions, I guess, Justin. I guess it's one of the solutions. Hakim, I feel like you don't really think about it deeply, because think about it this way. Let's say you were in a relationship, right? And your significant other was cheating you repeatedly. For years upon years. You knew nothing about it. However, your sibling knew about it. In fact, they knew so much that they knew since the first time it happened. But they never told you, they never acknowledged it, they just ignored it. And then you find out that not only your significant other cheated on you, but also your sibling knew about it all along, yet didn't tell you anything. How would you feel? Like, genuinely, how would you feel? Would you be pleased about it? Would you be able to forgive them? Would you remain the same? Would you have the same bond with them still? I mean, that's a bit different, Sazu. I feel like at that point, you know, with long distance relationship in particular, I feel like it's very hard to maintain that like bond, and it is unfortunate, but you know, at least you are honest about it, and yeah, sometimes things don't work out, and it's fine. Like in a lot of cases, some people, you know, get together and they realize they're not meant to for each other, which is unfortunate, but they're just part of life. Well, that's what I feel like. You know, you gotta acknowledge it. When the problem arises, I feel like you have to solve them. You don't hide them. Hiding the problem never resolves anything. The only thing that it does, it creates a bigger and bigger chasm. The longer the problem persists, the more issues it will create in the future. It's a ripple effect, basically. So let's say, for example, you stole something. Like, just a harmless stealing. You stole, like, a candy bar as a kid. If you never tell anyone about it, you never acknowledge it, nobody catches you, you might feel inclined to do it again in the future. You might be like, oh, okay, I got away with stealing a candy bar, so what else can I steal? And, you know, you go into, like, shoplifting spree, you steal a bunch of things, and you never get caught. You keep doing it, you keep seeking that thrill, you keep, you know, thinking that you're invincible, that you will never get caught, and at some point, you slip up. You know, you get too loosey-goosey for your own good. And you steal something like a car, let's say, and you get caught in the act. What happens after that? You go to prison for theft, you know, your life get crushed. Well, if somebody stopped you at the very beginning, when you stole the candy bar, if somebody saw you, like an officer guard or even your friend, and they were like, dude, what are you doing? You shouldn't be doing that. In your brain, you would be like, okay, doing this is bad because if I get caught, there will be repercussions for my actions. And as such, I won't be able to, you know, do it without facing consequences. Because life is all about, like, lessons that you learn. And if you never learn these kinds of lessons, I feel like you're more likely to do dumb things in life. So there always has to be a punishment for your actions. So it's a moral dilemma that I feel like it just depends on your personality. For me personally, I would be more inclined to help those around me to resolve their issues rather than be just a bystander. But that's my personality. Because I don't like the idea of people ruining their lives over dumb choices. I generally don't. Because I believe in better of people, and I believe that, like, even if you do something stupid, even if you do something, like, so stupid that it could ruin your entire life, I feel like if you acknowledge it, if you understand what you did that is dumb, and you try to make amends, it will be much more beneficial to you in the future, both as a lesson and as a, you know, pushing factor to not do something like that again, than just hiding it. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It really depends on your personality. It's like, are you the kind of individual that is fine with just acknowledging that something happened, but not doing anything about it? Or are you the kind of individual like me that if I see something, unless I tell somebody about it, it's kind of gonna plague my mind and be like on my mind all the time because I'm gonna be like thinking about it. And unless, you know, I tell somebody that like what I saw or what I didn't see, like stuff like that, it's just gonna be like a little burden on my shoulders that I wouldn't want to have, basically. Yeah, that's true, because, like, relationships by themselves are already extremely challenging. Because it requires an extreme commitment from both sides. And if you have, like, distance put in the middle, I feel like that multiplies the difficulty tenfold. Because then you gotta have the exact same kind of commitment, and then basically be fine with not being able to have like a super intimate moment with your partner for the most part. And it's not easy for a lot of people. Okay, so that's a bit different. That's not really cheating at that point. That's called assault. And you got assaulted, okay? That's a very different thing. Because if it wasn't consensual, that was against your will, and as such, they ain't cheating. Congrats, Kronos. I haven't played multi-combat games in a hard minute, but I do remember them being pretty fun. There used to be one actually on mobile that I used to grind quite a bit back in the day. I'm glad you guys agreeing with me, because I thought maybe I was crazy. Because like cheating is basically when you consensually engage in intimate acts with somebody else besides your partner. That's a textbook cheating. If it was non-consensual, it's called something else. Which is illegal, by the way. I mean, that's fair, Hakim. I feel like a lot of people are fine with being a bystander. It's kind of like a trolley problem. Have you ever, guys, looked into the trolley problem? Where basically what it is there's a trolley, or train, that has two tracks. And on one track, there's two people, right? They're tied to the trail, and if... and there's another trail which only has one person tied up to it. Now, you are standing in the middle, and you can pull the lever that will change the direction of the train, and instead of killing two people, it will only basically kill one. But you have to make a conscious decision of saving two lives and sacrificing one instead for the greater good. However, if you don't do anything, you are not responsible, and thus, you just let fate decide. And a lot of people have mixed reaction about that, and as you said, Hakim, a lot of people just prefer to be a bystander because they don't have that blood essentially on their hands of committing their choice and basically, you know, eradicating the life of somebody else's with their own hands. And that's like the base of moral dilemma, I feel like, for a lot of choices in life, where do you want to be a bystander or do you want to be directly responsible for the outcome that will occur? And a lot of people just don't want to have that pressure of doing the choices. They just want to, you know, get on with their life and basically not be responsible. Which is fair, by the way. It's not a wrong choice, it's interesting. I mean, that is fair as well, Hakim. That is fair. As I said, it's just like a moral dilemma that a lot of people struggle with. Because if you ask me that question, I probably would pull the lever. Because, like, to me, the greater good outweighs the moral judgment. Because, like, if I could save two lives for the price of one, it's just basic math, you know? You're saving 2 lives instead of 1. It's unfortunate, but like, you know, like, it's pure numbers game at that point. If you can save more lives for the price of less, to me personally, that just seems like a better choice. But I can totally see the other way around. But pretty much, Haki. Pretty much. Because, like, as I said, if I can save 2 people, it's 2 lives. Now, you can make an argument that, like, one of them may be, like, an old man on another trail, and there's, like, 2 young, a couple. 2 young, adults. Then there could be, like, okay, question, okay, well, definitely the old guy then, you know? Or you can reverse it and be like, you know, 2 old people versus one young individual. There's, like, a lot of different, sub-plots you can, master there. But that's, like, the basis of it all. No worries, Cronus. Was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night's sleep and I'll catch you later. Well, that's what I mean. That's like, there's a bunch of different subplots that you can have to like juggle your brain. Like, for example, let's say that the individual that is on one, you know, on one trail is a scientist that has cure for cancer. You know, it's a scientist that just discovered cure for cancer, and you know, they are safe if you don't do anything. But on the other platform is your parents. Both your mother and father are on the platform, and if you don't do anything, they get run over. However, you will be saving an individual that can cure potentially millions, if not billions of lives in the future. What would be your choice? Would you sacrifice the people that gave you life for the greater good? You know what? Add your significant other to the mix. Let's make it 3. So basically, your entire family that you care about on one side versus saving the world on another. What would be your choice? Because I know what my choice would be. And once again, it's no emotional at all. It's purely numbers game. I feel like if I can directly contribute to saving billions of lives, I would take it. I genuinely feel like you have to choose the researcher at that point. No, I totally get your perspective as well, Hakim. Don't get me wrong, like, nobody would want to sacrifice their own parents, but like, if you can be responsible for saving, like, generations upon generations of humans in the future, just by sacrificing, you know, people that you care about, like, obviously that would be, like, earth-shattering type of decision to make, but like, you know, you just, at one point you gotta realize that, like, your time on this planet is finite, and if you can contribute to, like, saving so many lives in the future and making, like, such groundbreaking discovery, I just feel like it's worth it. Like, I genuinely do, because, like, it would tear me inside, and most likely would cause me, like, a mental trauma that I will never recover from. But, like, just in the back of my head, knowing that I helped, in a way, to save much more lives in the future, I just feel like, you know... I mean, you could probably, Akim. That's a smart way of going about it. That's a smart way of going... I would just, you know, go to the guy himself, being like, Mr. Science Man, where's the recipe? Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, pull the leather. Anyway, see you when I see you. And then you become the scientist that discovered the cure for cancer, and you become the hero. That's a true goal. But, yeah, I don't know. Those are the kind of, like, problems that I feel like are good to juggle your brain around, because it allows you to like put things into perspective and just see the world for like more than just what it is. Because like we all dream of being a hero, right? We all have this in the back of our minds of like, ooh, I wish it was me. Like when we watch like superhero movies or we watch anime or something, we all have this like in the back of our mind idea that being like, ooh, I kind of want to be just like that guy or that lady or whatever, you know? But I feel like when you are actually faced with something like that and you have to make a choice, it's gonna be much tougher than than it is in the fictional world, unfortunately. I think so. Well, I feel like majority of people probably would take the latter rather than saving their family, but you know, it is not an easy choice to make by any means. As I said, Haki, I don't think your choice is wrong at all. Because at the end of the day, it is your immediate family, and like, a lot of people, for better or for worse, they care more about people around them rather than those outside of it. Because like, let's be honest, you care about your own parents more than somebody that lives like thousands, if not millions of miles away from you. Like, that's just how it is. We, as humans, we are more connected to people that are around us. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there's not a lot of people who are like very altruistic and they care about strangers as much as they care about their immediate family. And as such, I feel like a lot of people would be prone to making the same decision of saving their own parents. Because to them, that is their world. That is the people that make it worthwhile living for them. That is who they want to live with. And if those people are gone, what is the point for them to exist? Kinda. Like, I know I'm getting a bit too pragmatic about it, but that's just how some people see the world. And there's no anything wrong with that. It's just a different kind of perspective. So, in those kind of circumstances, I feel like being rational about things is not always the case. Like, as humans, we are very spontaneous creatures. We make rash judgments all the time. We are very, like, in a moment kind of decision makers in a lot of cases. And, like, for a lot of people, there would be a decision where I feel like they will freeze up. Like, I genuinely do think that they would freeze up and they would make the second choice unintentionally. Because I would have, like, this small dilemma inside their brain and then they would just kind of forget about it. Well, I don't know, it's just interesting to think about these things, I feel like. You know, just have a little mental gymnastic with yourself. And try to think about cool dilemmas like that. I didn't mean to get philosophical either, by the way, it just kind of happened. I don't know why, but I used to be into philosophy quite a lot back in the day, and these kinds of dilemmas, like, always fascinated me and always brought me, like, the little spark of curiosity they always had. Well, that is a good question, because I don't know this. Like, it's all well and good to say, oh, definitely I would save, you know, the children, or, you know, the ladies, or whatever. But, like, in the actual moment, your split-second judgment is not as good as you may think. You would probably do nothing. Like, I genuinely do think that more than half people in the world, if they do get faced with dilemmas like that, they would actually do nothing. Not because they don't want to do anything, but because they would freeze up. They would just genuinely don't know what to do. And as such, they would choose to do nothing. Oh, I mean, as I said, the people around you are the ones that you care about the most. There are some exceptions where there are some truly altruistic people in the true meaning of the word, where they care about everyone equally, and they see everybody as equally important. However, that's not everyone. That's not even the vast majority of people. There's a very small fraction of people who are just, you know, seeing world more logically and more emotion devoided. Probably emotion devoid is not the best way to describe, but like less emotionally charged way the majority of people out there. Okay, we go 80k. That's absolutely fine. I don't really like when Strike Week because, well, actually, I probably could have used my reach now that I think about it. I probably should have done that. It is fine though. It is fine. I completely forgot that I actually built your reach on this account. I was just kind of like, I ain't go strike team. Meanwhile, I do. I just forgot it exists. I do think that thinking about those kinds of, you know, moral conundrums, if you will, is very positive. And it's just a good way to ground yourself and realize that, you know, maybe your own, like, problems that you're facing or your own circumstances are not as deeming as they may seem. And, like, you still have ways to, like, improve, to develop, and, like, work towards bettering yourself in a way. Because, like, in a lot of cases, especially nowadays, I do think people don't have a lot of time to just sit down and think. Because our brain racing 120 miles an hour all the time, from like daily grind, you know, thinking about stuff, whether it's work, school, you know, relationships, friendships, whatever, no? And just sit back and like think about stuff like we're thinking right now is a rare occurrence for a lot of people. So I do think it's important though, because it makes you just realize that you are not the center of the world, but at the same time you are part of that world, and as such, you can basically decide what part of it you're playing. Are you the main gear cog, or are you just a supporting role? Like, in a lot of cases, you can just justify to yourself, you know, complacency. And that goes back to the trolley problem, because complacency in a lot of cases leads to stability. You know, it leads to people realizing that if they do what they're doing already, they'll be fine. So they don't try anymore. They decide to, you know, what I have is good enough. And as such, it's very easy to get lured into the comfort of stability. Because stability is good. Because stability means that you can expect things. And if you can't expect things, then you're more prone to worry about things. And if you worry about things, you are more likely to make mistakes. And mistakes lead to, you know, judgment. And judgment leads to depression, and so on and so forth. So it's very fascinating to see how like different people approach certain scenarios, because you can ask the same question to like 100 different people and you're probably gonna get 100 different answers. And it all depends on like upbringing, it all depends on personal values, it depends on personal, you know, viewpoints on life. And as such, people will make different choices, different decisions, different outcomes. That is a fair example, to be honest, Liz, because like in an earthquake, it's very hard to remain calm and, you know, collected. Because in a lot of people, the fight or flight instincts kicks in. You know, a lot of people think that when, you know, disaster strikes, they would be there to, you know, be calm, rational, and be able to understand exactly what they have to do. They will be able to, you know, get people to safety, get everyone where they need to go. But the truth of the matter is that in 95% of the cases, those people crumble and their fight or flight instinct kicks in immediately. So they make right choices, and they usually just, you know, try to get themselves to safety first and then think later. It's not everyone, but yeah, that's basically gonna be the weakest link, shall we say, in those kind of scenarios. Meanwhile, I find that people who are like very self-doubting about themselves and usually like very unassuming, they're usually the most reliable when things go south. Because they are the kind of people that don't have like the ego about them to think of themselves as they are more important than yourself. And as such, they have to save themselves rather than anyone else. Hi there, Aura. Let's see. Hopefully you're well. Well, that's just proves my point, Liz, because you don't have the ego about yourself to actually flaunt about stuff like that. And that's important. Because I feel like people who do flaunt those kinds of things are usually the least reliable. Like self-proclaimed leaders are usually the least likely people to be leaders. Oh, very nice, Aura. Very nice. You're slowly climbing towards your Ikaku supremacy. I'm quite impressed, honestly. That is quite an achievement. Big congrats on that one. No, no, no. I mean, its flex was heavy. Because I'm sure you're the only sane well, sane might be a bit of a stretch, but the only individual that decided to, you know, go all in on Ikaku and prove to everyone that he is the true bald god that we all aspire to be like. And you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. Well, that's why I feel. That's what I was kind of talking about as well, Liz. Like, people that try their best to like pretend to be something they're not, their facade crumbles very quickly. Meanwhile, people who are genuinely like concerned about others and genuinely want others to, you know, be well, they're the most reliable. But until things go south, you never know who's who. Blood, sweat, and tears. Alright, I see, I see. I mean, as I said, you're probably the only individual out there that actually took Ikaku to that kind of height, shall we say. Congrats, Cronus, congrats. I mean, that's a very edgy way of looking at things, but probably, Hakim, probably. Because at the end of the day, you know, your own life is fleeting, and if you can leave like a positive impact on future generations, I feel like it's worthwhile. Because like, what you have, 100 lives to your name? 100 years, rather. If in those 100 years you can leave a positive enough impact on like humanity and contribute towards greater good, I feel like it's worthwhile life to be lived, you know? Yeah, we pulled a long time ago, Aura. The stream just crashed, so that's why it's part 2. Alright, I think we need to do it one more time. It went pretty well, to be honest. Well, for the most part. For the most part, Aura, for the most part. I won't spoil it, though. I won't spoil it. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, Hakim. Gotta do what you gotta do. That's fair, Aura, that's fair. I was just summoning for the sake of Aizen. Because I wanted my Aizen to be at his peak performance. And I wanted him to, you know, bring me glory. And so he did. So he did. No worries, Kronos. Was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night resting you and catch you later. Aura, let me ask you the important question. Have you seen his ultimate animation? Because that might change your mind. Have you ever seen a gentleman swallow a sword as professionally as Mr. Szayelaporro? Because if the answer is yes, you're lying to yourself. Well, alright. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay, have you summoned for Mayuri though? Because if you summoned for Mayuri, there's double standards right there. If you didn't summon for either one, then I can agree. But if you pull for Mayuri and then you didn't pull for Szayelaporro because he's too weird, that's like calling chicken too feathery. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, that is fair. Then it's fair. I mean, you're not wrong, Hakim, unfortunately. You're not wrong. But, I mean, he doesn't even put it all the way. The man just literally just puts it like 1/3 way in. Doesn't even swallow it, so I don't really see what the issue is. But you know what? Maybe I just don't see the gooning of it all. Listen, Liz, have you ever seen a gentleman put a sword inside his mouth as well as Mr. Szayelaporro? I don't think so. I don't think so. Look, Liz, we already know what happened with Raiden Shogun, okay? We already know how people feel about women pulling out swords out of their selves. And perhaps inserting them back. Like, we all know how people feel about that. So, like, I don't think you can win that argument. I don't. I have the purest mindset this world has ever seen. I mean, fair enough, Hakim, fair enough. I can't really dispute that one. I just wanted to acknowledge that Szayelaporro is quite a man. Listen, I blame Greg, because Greg was the one that told me what Goonie meant. I was pure until he defiled my innocence. Until he told me all the bad terms, all the bad words, and all the bad meanings to them. I was but a young man once upon a time, you know, full of wisdom and whimsical nature, until the internet came along. And it was all ruined. It was all ruined. I mean, he never does. The man never stops. I mean, Liz, you got a point. You got a point. Whenever it comes to female characters, you don't have to do much for people to start, you know, obsessing with them, shall we say. They just have to exist. And that's already gonna be too much for some. The Nightmare, let's see. Hopefully you're doing well. You know what, Aura? You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Sometimes you gotta make tough choices in life. And as long as you don't regret them later, that's all that matters. And you clearly don't. So that's good. I know, Liz, I know. And that's why you have my deepest condolences. Alright, so now that we got that sorted, I guess let's do a little bit of stamp farming. Might as well. That's not too bad, Aura. That's not too bad. B4 is pretty decent. Actually, before we do that, let me do some supplies quickly. Do I need more of these? Yes, I do. Okay. Do 5 rounds of these. And then let's farm for the stamps. Actually, for daily sake, I guess I need to do this one as well. Man, big congrats. Were you just saving, or did you decide to wail out? Welcome to the club, Aura. Most of the time, we unfortunately the cursed kinds. The only one that has all the luck in the universe here is Hakim. He's the luckiest of us all. Everybody else is merely a shadow in his presence. Or you can be like me and be very unlucky, but get a lucky charm on your side and basically rub their forehead like Buddha until you get some good luck going. No shame in there, Aura. No shame in there. Hakim, doesn't he need to do it for all of us? Liz, unfortunately not. My lucky charm is more feathery. And more quacky, shall we say. It doesn't look like we got anything. Ooh. Ah, that's loud attack. Okay, no idea. Let's keep going. That's quite a feat. That is quite a feat. Ooh. I mean, look, Liz, sometimes you want your pillow to be warm. Usually you don't, but sometimes maybe you do. What if it's minus 50 degrees outside, Liz? You would love to have a warm pillow then, wouldn't you? So it's all about having your own applications. Truer words have never been spoken, Hakim. Sometimes you gotta get a cold dose of reality splashed onto your being. And I just like for you. Listen, Liz, I'm just saying there are circumstances, which is Ice Age type, where you might want your pillow warm. Because what if Ice Age happens tomorrow? Everybody would come to you clamoring to get your warm pillows. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. In an Ice Age list, it's literally minus 50 degrees outside, and you might as well have your pillow warm. Am I wrong? I mean, you know, maybe it's a heat wave. Maybe it's plus 45 degrees. Maybe you're in Rome, just like I was once upon a time. And you know what? The cold shower sounds mighty nice. Listen, Liz, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Even curses can be utilized for the greater good of the universe, if used with precision and the correct tools. I'm just saying. Man, I hate heat. Like, today was plus 20 degrees outside, and I was already kinda, you know, being like, I don't like it. I don't like it. Because I like warm weather. I don't like hot weather. Like, hot weather is not good. Warm weather is nice. Nah, if I go to Dubai, Hakim, I literally will melt on a pavement. Like an ice cream cone. I will not survive. I have no idea how people actually exist there, in the middle of the desert. It genuinely baffles me. Because that just sounds like a hellscape to me. To be in that kind of heat? No. Just no. I would like to visit when it's not that hot, you know? But like, at that kind of heat? No. Absolutely not. No, I'm not saying they wouldn't be nice to visit. I just wouldn't last a heat wave. I'm telling you, I would literally melt. I would go as a man, and I would come back as a melted ice cream cone. And I just don't know if that's the kind of a predicament I want to find myself in. Like, going anywhere that warm during summer is essentially asking for trouble, I feel like. Alright, I've been to Rome one time. One time. It was plus 45 degrees. I felt like I was dying. Never again. I genuinely don't understand how you guys survive that. Because it's not even that far away from me. But yet somehow you manage to concentrate the sun and just beam it on you to your foreheads. And I don't know how that's possible. Because like, I've been to Spain plenty of times as well, and Spain is nowhere near as bad. Whew. I know, trust me, Aura. I never felt more like Bear Grylls than going to Rome. I was scraping for any morsel of coldness. I remember I literally spent half of the day under air conditioner in a hotel room because I was literally feeling like my soul was leaving my body. I was feeling like I was getting isekai to Soul Society right then and there. And then I saw the bold shiny head of Ikaku and it brought me right back. It brought me right back. Because I was like, not today. You ain't getting my soul this time, bold Jesus. I ain't coming. I ain't going. Ah, so let's go connection to Italy itself. Interesting. Here's Miss Worldwide over here. So you can infiltrate Dark's territory very inconspicuously if given the chance. I like that. Yeah, Rome is a beautiful city. I loved it. The actual, like, places, the food was great. I mean, Romans really know how to party. But the weather is just, I genuinely feel like you have to be a superhuman to live there. Because you couldn't pay me enough to live there during summer. Like, even if you gave me all the money in the world, I'll be like, nope, ain't going, ain't doing it. Nope, not today. Do I need to upgrade anything here? I guess let's do this one. Go. I guess let's do the events as well. Probably let's use my plus. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's use trial characters. Why not? Might as well. Listen, Hakim. I'm the kind of man that out of principle wouldn't go there. It's alright, Aura. English is nobody's first language in here. Except Justin. But Justin is from Freedom Land. You know, you gotta forgive him. I don't know if you're still around, Justin, I'm just joking. But most people, English is their second or in some cases even third. On Liz's case is 10 billionth language, she knows them all. English is just was the last one she managed to learn, so she's still in the process of developing it. I never joke. I'm always serious. For me, it's my fourth language because, you know, I know 3 of them before English. I know Russian, I know Gamer, I know Ukrainian, and I know English now. The fourth one is arguable, to be honest. Some may say that I don't know English, but if I do be speaking good, then speaking good it is. That's why I say. She is indeed. She is indeed, Aura. I see Liz. Liz is merely sharing a fraction of her eternal knowledge. What a humble purveyor of finer things she is. Well, I was born in Ukraine, in a little town outside of Kiev. But right now I live in a nice town called Brighton in UK. The land of rain and the land of tea. The rain flows and the tea goes. Liz is from Mount Vesuvius, you know, she lives right deep beneath the earth crust, harnessing the energy of the universe, one magma explosion at a time. So, yeah. But then again, whenever Liz goes, that's her home. I mean, pretty much, Hakim, pretty much. Why do you think all the billionaires go in there? Kinda, or kinda. I'm like the most fake Britman you'll ever see in your life. I don't like fish and chips. I don't like beans on toast. I don't really vibe with any of the food Britons like. I don't understand the idea of having chips on your sandwich. And it's like, yeah. And I like flavor a lot, which is, you know, a very conflicting statement. And I also don't think curry is British food either. I know, it's a mind-boggling one there. British desserts, though, are pretty decent. Like, I gotta admit that. Those desserts are pretty decent. No ideal, but, you know, they're fine. They're fine. France is pretty decent. You know, it has good food. People are relatively nice, unless you British, because then you might as well have committed a great treason against the French kind. And they will do their best to pretend like they don't know English, even if you do speak to them in said language. But otherwise, pretty good place. Let's see. Yeah, if you speak English, you might as well just have committed a treason over there. They don't like English over there. For whatever reason. I don't know why, but they just have vendetta against them. That's why whenever I go to France, I speak Russian. Because at the bare minimum, then people are willing to speak to me. I mean, it's a distant cousin of Spain, you know, the kind of like the progenitor. It's kind of like UK and America. The same people, different mothers. You know? I mean, I'm just saying, you gotta understand that Britain just basically took a bunch of people and sent them on the rickety boat across the ocean, basically to just find their own keep. And whoever landed decided to go into America. And then we did the same thing for Australians, and look where it led them. They got fire tornadoes, kangaroos, every possible insect known to mankind that can kill you. Well, place is wild. I mean, you know, ignorance is bliss, Hakim. Ignorance is bliss. It's alright. You know, they're forgetting their roots. Exactly, Liz. Your bed is whenever your body lays. And your home is whenever your roof stays. I mean, it's not all the Americans though, Hakim. There's plenty of very nice American people who are not that, you know, thick, shall we say. But to be fair, British people do speak kind of funny, let's be honest. Have you ever heard anyone from Liverpool? Golly. They might as well be speaking in Dwarven language. Is that bizarre? It's alright, don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine. I don't think anyone can. Not even themselves, Hakim. I'm telling you, those people were sent to Narnia and just never adjusted to coming back. Because that's what happened. No, Liz. Probably for the better now that you putting it like that. My exposure to American states is very limited. Like, I know about them, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what they sound like. I know it's like Midwest states, but it doesn't say much. Alright, I guess somebody invited me to this thing, so I might as well do a couple. I don't know, let's do... Yeah, let's do this one. And, probably... I'll just do an order because my brain is kind of exploding right now. I don't have the brain power to do it. I mean, I'm just not very, like, proficient in accents to begin with, so to me, I just don't really get the difference between them that much. No, I actually prefer American French fries, to be honest. I think they're much better than, like, thick cut fries that we have over here, or chips, as we call them. So, personally, I enjoy them way more. But that might be just me. Oh no, Liz is speaking the funny language again. Oh no. I don't know what she just said, but I heard Mr. Licks was involved. And that could only mean bad things. So, basically, in UK, we call chips as fries and crisps as chips. I know. But to be honest, doesn't really make any difference. Same thing. So when somebody says chips over here, they most likely mean fries. Some people mean like actual, you know, potato chips, but that's usually not the case. Well, Liz, I said what I said and I meant what I meant. Nothing, Jason. Nothing. Hakim was just, you know, slandering you as usual. Hakim is a disbeliever of freedom. I think you need to send some freedom to him, honestly. Well, and now you're saying that it's not a funny language, huh? Unbelievable. Hakim is backtracking. Justin was about to unleash the true freedom on you. He's about to send the freedom jets over to Paris. I mean, to be honest, Paris is pretty nice. You know what? American people love them. Absolutely amazing. They come to Paris all the time. But they are pretty, you know, slow, shall we say. Like, I don't know, something about it. Like, you know, snails? I feel like they could outrun them easily. Both mentally and physically. Oh. So, when people refer to somebody as slow over here, Justin, they basically refer to them as simple-minded, is the nicest way I can put it. So, or lacking of common sense usually is another representation of their meaning. I see. So, Hakim basically calls them overweight and also not very intelligent. Double whammy. I mean, I feel like majority of American people are pretty nice, you know? I don't think everybody's the epitome of a freedom lover. Because I met plenty of nice American people, Justin included. I feel like usually when you call somebody slow, you don't necessarily mean that they emotionally or mentally challenged, shall we say. I think you just mean that they don't grasp the common sense as easily. In other words, simple-minded. Absolutely no worries, Aura. It was a pleasure seeing you. Get a good night rest, and I'll catch you later. I guess so, Hakim. I guess so. I mean, to be honest, as I said, being slow is no, you know, it's no crime. Let's see. Listen, Greg, there's no rest for the wicked. No, I mean, I just didn't want to offend anyone, Justin. That's why I didn't say it. But I personally have no issues with it. It just, you know, trying to be polite about it all. I mean, maybe Liz. I don't know. I don't know if I personally agree with that, but you know. What do you mean they're wrinkled? Unbelievable. This son of a gun is there to disrespect my perfect skincare routine, which involves washing my face. And that's about it. Do you think that kind of skincare routine doesn't allow me to have a perfect wrinkleless face? Truly unfathomable. This guy. Unbelievable. Rather, Justin, I feel like better question what they don't do. I mean, that ruffles Liz's feathers very much when somebody says, you know, they from American, mean USA. That really ruffles her feathers. Isn't it right, Liz? Aren't you an American? Okay, Liz, for the legal reasons and for the fear of my own safety, that was a joke. That was a joke. Please don't come after me with your corn. I don't want to wake up one of these days with the corn stuffed right down my gullet. Thank you very much. Oh, man. No, I actually do know Michigan. Like, as a place, I am aware of it. Wow, Liz. Wow, are you gonna side with the French? Golly. What would Greg and Doc think of you? Okay, good. At least we're seeing eye to eye. I guess we are representatives of all our countries at this point. Fair, Justin. Fair. I mean, to be fair, like, I don't want to be mean about it, because at the end of the day, lack of education is not something you can rectify. Because, like, if you've never been taught those things, you know, I can't really be like, oh, you dumb. Because at the end of the day, if you never knew how, like, it's not your fault. But you gotta admit, it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. Yeah, because, like, I genuinely, like, whenever I meet somebody and they don't know something, my first thought is never, you dumb. It's more like, oh, why you don't know this? Especially if it's something like common sense, which is a very weird phrase nowadays, but because, like, let's be honest, common sense nowadays especially is not common. In fact, it's as uncommon as it can get. So, I'm never, like, quick to judge people based on their upbringing or based on their, like, you know, values or anything, until I know why they think that way. And then I might be more inclined to have, like, an opinion formed about it. Oh, fair, Liz, fair. Unwillingly willing. Really? Man, that's just kind of sad, honestly. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, education system is not great. Like, let's be real. Like, if you are a kid and you go into school, your chances of actually having a decent education are pretty slim, unfortunately. Doesn't mean you don't have a chance, but like, realistically speaking, the odds are against you. Okay, there we go. Do it manually. So, I feel like it's up to parents in a lot of cases to educate their kids about life in general and like ensure that they grow up in a right way, shall we say. Because nowadays, like, school is, I feel like, a baseline where basically it allows you to understand who you want to be or what you want to learn, but it should never be the end-all be-all point. That's why I personally don't believe that, like, if you have bad grades in school, you're necessarily stupid. Like, I genuinely don't think that's a good indicator of somebody's smartness. Because there's different kind of people that are good at different kinds of things. Just because you're not good at math doesn't mean that you're dumb. Like, genuinely. And if you are good at math, doesn't mean necessarily you're smart either. It's like, different people are good at different subjects, and different people are good at different, like, objectives. And said objectives can all be measured, I feel like, from just predetermined circumstances. Which are the subjects that you're learning? So, I don't know. That's why I always had a bone with, like, education systems in general, because I feel like it would have been a much better choice of letting the kids decide which subjects they want to pursue and allow them to, like, you know, become who they want to become rather than put different constraints on them and basically force them into certain fields, shall we say. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yes, pretty much. That's why I feel really bad for, like, young kids that have to go through, like, education. Because even in my time, which it wasn't that long ago, it was only, like, what, 10 years ago. The education was pretty bad. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. It was pretty lackluster. But in my personal case, I already, since I was young, I knew kind of what I was good at and what I wanted to pursue. So I never really had the issue of, like, identity crisis when I finished school, which a lot of young people do nowadays, where they don't know what they want to do, and they don't know what they want to pursue, which I feel like school should be the place where you figure that out. When you understand your own values, and you kind of just enhance them in the process. Oh, sorry to hear that, Justin. I mean, there is an unfortunate case of things because nowadays with, like, as you say, ChatGPT, Hakim, there's no reason for people to learn anymore. Like, before we had the convenience of basically having all the information being spoon-fed to you, people had to actually learn it themselves. But nowadays you can just type a problem in ChatGPT and it's going to give you all the answers you'll ever wanted, so why would you learn yourself those things? It just doesn't make sense. So, from that retrospect, I do understand that kind of logic. I don't necessarily agree with it because I still think people should be able to make sound decisions by themselves without relying on external influence to make said decisions. But unfortunately, that's not the case anymore. Because it's much easier. The convenience is like the bane of all existence. The more convenient things get, the less likely people to put in effort, and the less likely people to put in effort, the less likely we as a humanity is going to progress further. Because there's not going to be any reason for development or evolving of skills or anything like that. It's just going to stagnate. For the vast majority of population, at least. There's always going to be select few who's still going to pursue things, but it's going to become less and less common as we go on, if this is the kind of trajectory we're going to take as a species. I mean, you're not wrong, Justin. You're not wrong. Well, that is true because at the end of the day, it is a tool. Like any tool the people's invented are not inherently bad or inherently good. It's all about how you use them and what you use them for. Because if you use them for evil deeds, they become evil. If you use them for good things, they become good. It's kind of like a sword. You know, when sword was officially invented, it was used for protection, right? It was used to defend your family, it was used to defend your homes, you know, allow you to have security and ensure that you didn't get robbed, basically. However, some people use swords as a mean of gaining personal wealth by like banditry or pillaging or piratery, you know? There's many things it was used for that was outside of its intended use because some people wielded in a wrong way. But does that make swords evil, or does it make the people that use them evil? You know? Because like the tool itself doesn't have mind of its own. It can make decisions, but people who wield them can. And as such, I feel like it's their responsibility to wield them in responsible manner. And, you know, not rely on external influence to tell them what to do. And tell them what to think, essentially. Because if you can't think for yourself, that's a problem. That is indeed a problem. I personally feel like the test system in general is just very flawed because in a lot of cases there are a lot of people out there who like are genuinely just not good at taking tests. I know I was one of them because like I could memorize all the information, but when it comes to doing tests, more times than not, I would just not be good at time management and I would spend way too long on like certain questions. So the way test evaluate your performance, I just feel like it's not good in general. It's not necessarily bad, but I just don't think it's good. Yeah, unfortunately it is, Justin. That's why I never keep up with any news at all. I'm just like, I don't know what's happening, and I don't feel like I have enough judgment in me to make a sound decision, so I just don't keep up with it at all. And you're not gonna share it, Liz. Unbelievable. Is that the kind of lady you are? There you go. One perfect dodge in there. Two. Let me do the last one. Come on. Let's go, come on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I do feel like the art of debate has been reduced to basically arguing. Thank you very much, Liz. I appreciate the gesture. Because I feel like debates are a very important and vital part of us as humans, because it allows us to assess issues that we have as species and confront them in a very, like, civilized manner, shall we say. Because if you don't discuss things, how will you find out what is wrong? Or like what needs fixing? And instead people just argue about stuff without actually finding the common issue and trying to solve it. Which I feel like is the wrong way of approaching things to begin with. Because like if people approach dilemmas and issues in a, you know, more civilized manner, and realize what the issue at hand is, and then try to fix it together as a collective unit, shall we say, instead of us separate parties. I feel like at that point, we would all be able to progress much smoother and have much less, you know, worthless dribble in the form of information out there. Because, like, opinions are great, you know? I feel like everybody should have one, but it's all about how you use said opinion. Exactly. And originally what they were made for is to discuss the issues. They weren't made for argument's sake. They were made so people had a common place where they can voice their opinion on subjects and understand the issue at hand. But nowadays, as I say, it's just arguing, basically. Which is, you know, no ideal, unfortunately. I like usually the longer the stream goes, the more actually civilized discussions we have. Like, at every beginning of the stream, we talk about, like, the most nonsensical things ever. About people getting tattoos on their arms and whatnot in the form of naked ladies. And then at the end of the stream, we're always like, so what do you guys think about geopolitical state of current affairs of the, you know, foreign governments? And people that join are like, what the hell are these people talking about? But I do agree, debates are very entertaining. I wouldn't say I want to play devil's advocate, but I do like to think outside the box, shall we say. Unfortunately, Justin, unfortunately. Yeah, pretty much it is. I mean, the common idea of debates is not necessarily a resolution of the problem, but to address it. And, like, establish that it is a problem. And then see, like, what people think about it, and if there is a solution to it, then resolve it. If not, at least to acknowledge that it is there, and it is in requirement of assessment. Basically. Okay, so we cleared that one up. Ooh, I got a 5-star. Very nice. We take that. I forgot what I was even doing, to be honest, in the game. I got too absorbed in the conversation. I was like, what were we yapping about? Or what were we doing, rather? Man, I need to do another perfect dodge. Oof. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Justin. I never voted even once. Ever. And the main reason for that is because I never cared enough. So, I don't know. Like, I know that's probably not the right mindset to have about these kinds of things, but like, I just genuinely never had enough passion about politics to get involved. Like, to me, it's all too exhausting. I mean, that's a fair mindset to have, to be honest, Liz. That is a fair mindset to have. I feel like as long as the debates don't devolve into basically a shouting match, there's always a good reason to have them. Guys. There we go. I mean, probably, Hakim, probably. I just never really found it worthwhile my time, personally. And as I say, I do understand that it's probably not the best outlook on things, but I don't know, I always felt like, to me at least, I do want the world to be obviously a better place for everyone involved, but like at the same time I do realize that my role in said world is very negligent. And I just try to be a good person, and I feel like that's the best thing you can do as an individual, is just trying to be the best version of yourself, and, you know, benefit the world that way. Well, Liz, if somebody did say to me that their favorite ice cream flavor is like mint, and I was feeling very strongly about it, I would probably engage in a very civilized shouting match over the course of the next 10 hours about them, and to tell them exactly why they're wrong. But, you know, I wouldn't do that, obvious. But if I had to, I would definitely debate them until the end of time. I mean, you got a point, Hakim. I guess you got a point. I mean, I feel like in a lot of cases, especially nowadays, selecting like a governing body of any country becomes basically a popularity match. It's like who more popular, instead of being like who is the most fit to lead a country. Which I don't think is right, personally. I feel like it should still be, you know, who is the most suitable candidate. And unfortunately, it's not the case. Unfortunately, that's not how it goes. It's a very interesting aspiration to have as a child, Liz. Fascinating, even. Because usually, you know, kids dream of becoming like an astronaut, maybe like a chef, maybe, you know, some sort of celebrity, but it's very mature of you to have those kinds of dreams. So doesn't look like I can do that one, which is fine. Which is fine, we'll do it at some point later. No, that I wasn't like making fun of it, Liz. I was just like, as a kid, the only two things I cared about was video games and ice cream. Those were the two most important things in my life. And I wanted to be either an ice cream shop owner or a video game maker. Those were the two dreams I had. Maybe becoming an astronaut as well. I don't know, somewhere in there. But other than that, that's about it. That's about it. Liz wanted to be everything from, you know, a chimney sweeper to the celestial conqueror of stars. She wanted to be all of them at the same time. Maybe a celestial chimney sweeper, you never know. You never know. You know what, Hakeem? An admirable pastime activity. Ain't no shame in that. Ain't no shame in that. I mean, Leonardo da Vinci is, was rather, quite the man. Can't really argue with that one. Well, basically the way it works is like, we do have a prime minister who actually makes all the rules, but like the monarchy has to approve them. So they do have like semi-final say, but not on all the subjects, and they are in charge of the army. So like, for example, if the king decided to go to war with somebody, prime minister has no say in it. Like, they can just do that. So they have absolute authority because they're like the leading general of the army. But when it comes to actual like social issues, prime minister has a final say, basically. So yeah, it's a weird way to like govern a country, but that's just what we have. I don't know much about monarchy either, to be honest. I never delved into it, but that's just how it is. That's fair, Liz. I guess you never played with the lights of your fridge as a kid then. At the age of 5, you're already playing the ultra-dimensional chess. Kinda. They basically the people that get all the tourism in. Like, that is their main role. And basically besides that, they're just kind of there, you know, chilling. That's basically their primary role is to attract tourism. Because they go on like these different walks, you know, they basically parade the royal family, and, you know, they kind of represent the country's face. And it's basically where all the like tourism is coming from. Because people want to go and visit like Buckingham Palace outside of it. They want to go and see like all the big bands and the cool stuff, shall we say. So I feel like that's the main primary objective. And when it comes to actual like leading of the country, they don't really get involved. But then again, keep in mind, that's only the stuff that I know. It might be way more in-depth and way more convoluted than that. It's just as far as I'm aware. No. I don't know anything about him, to be honest, because I don't keep up with, like, politics. But as far as I know, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. So, yeah. But then again, it's like, as I said, they're all as bad as each other. Like, nobody's good. Like, there's nobody qualified enough to actually do any of those jobs. They just somehow waltz into them and then just be like, oh, well, I guess I'm doing it. And just it is what it is. That's why I don't get involved in it. I'm like, it's all too much hassle. And at the end of the day, the only thing that you're getting is yourself upset. That's why I have a mentality of, like, whatever happens, happens. Which is not the best mentality to have, but, like, it's the easiest one to have the most... or the least amount of headache, basically. Kinda, it is what it is. It's probably the same, Justin. It's like, none of them do anything. They all try to please each other in a roundabout way, but some implement laws and then others, like, basically get rid of them. It's all weird. Listen, me and the Big Charles are always talking. You know, we have plans, okay? Remember the big British Empire? We think you'll bring it back. Because, you know, we started with the curry, then we're gonna move on maybe sushi, and we're gonna conquer the world one stolen dish at a time. We're gonna take them all. We're gonna, you know, go to tacos maybe. Start with pizza, you know, we'll take them all. And that way, we'll establish true monarchy of the food world. We're gonna become, basically, we're gonna establish food wars in real life. We're gonna make every single leader of the country fight for their honor on the big stage against Gordon Ramsay. To prove that Gordon Ramsay is gonna be my champion personally. I'm just saying, guys, so okay, don't get any wrong ideas. He's gonna be my champion, and you basically have to battle him to defend your honors. So you better bring your best, because we bring our best. And he's the best we can offer. Maybe Marco Pierre White as a backup. I don't know, we'll have to decide on that one. That is still in the making. Listen, Liz, we gotta do what we gotta do in this world. Listen, Liz, you had a good run, but enough is enough. We're taking it all. Oh. I guess let's do this one as well before I forget. What do you mean? What do you mean I have no taste, Liz? I'll let you know, my palate is impeccable. Unbelievable. Ah, this woman. I mean, personally, as I said, I feel like you just shouldn't worry about it too much, Justin, and just let whatever happens, happens, and try your best to live as a good person. That's like the best course of action, unfortunately, you can take. It is what it is. Listen, Liz, I don't know what you're saying about my British food. Their British food ain't mine, okay? I got nothing to do with it. If I had any say in British culture, I would replace all the food. I would take, you know, your tacos, Italian pizza, maybe Japanese sushi, and just all intervene into one culture. We already started with curry. That was a good start. But I feel like we can go further. We can go even further beyond. You know, we can steal French desserts. We can take like all the croissants and whatever not. We can take your spicy dishes, Liz. We can take Japanese, like, clean palate type of dishes. Maybe a little bit of ramen. Because our soups are clearly not good enough. And, you know, just go from there. Maybe take Greg's goulash. You know, I'll personally donate a borscht, because I feel like that would be a good addition. And I just feel like, you know, we can establish a true culture on stolen assets in good old Britain. Just like the good old times. Listen, Liz, I'm taking all the tacos. You can't hide them away from me. I'll take them all. Right, that's sorted. Let's go for this one. I mean, that's not a bad idea, Hakim, but you gotta understand that you still have to work when you are there. So as long as you can work remotely, then you'll be fine. Listen, Liz, I'm taking all your tacos, I'm taking all the burritos, I'm taking all your hot sauces, I'm taking all your mole, I'm taking all your corn, I'm taking it all. And you cannot stop me. I will show up with big potato sack, and I'm just gonna shove it all in there like Krampus. I'm gonna be known as a British Grinch that stole the flavor. I'm like Robin Hood, but instead of taking it from the rich and giving it to the poor, I'm taking it from the poor and giving it to a poor-tasting nation, okay? A rich nation to a poor-tasting nation. That's the way I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna take all the most flavorful dishes of the world, and I'm gonna distribute them to the less flavorful ones out there. I'm gonna be the true messiah of this world. In the food world, that is. I'm gonna bring the true flavor to the masses. I mean, that is fair, Justin. I feel like people should just stop getting each other throats, to be honest, and just try to tackle the issues together as much as they can. Listen, Liz, you cannot stop me. I'm like a shadow. I show up on the cover of darkness and I disappear like the moonlight, never to be seen again. One day you're gonna have a bountiful corn harvest, and the next day is gonna be all gone. With just a single tea leaf left behind on a crime scene. And you'll never know who it was. You'll never even suspect it was me. I'll show up unannounced and I will leave as such. I mean, that's tough on Justin, because, like, I guess the best course of action is just to prepare them to, like, fend off as much as they possibly can for themselves in the future, and just give them the best possible growing environment you can provide, and just hope for the best. As unfortunately, all you can do as a parent is try your best to make them the best versions of themselves, and just hope that, you know, they will have enough resolve to be a fighter in this world. Because unfortunately, you have to be a fighter. Like, you can't really rely on other people to carry you through this life. Like, obviously asking for help is a good thing, and you should never be afraid of that. But at the end of the day, you have to, like, make sure that you are able to take care of yourself, both physically, emotionally, and sometimes even financially, you know? Because it is kind of important. And if you are in a position like that, I feel like at that point you kind of succeeded. Yeah, Mr. YouTube doesn't like you getting too hot and agitated, Justin. It's alright, I can still see it on the screen. Mr. Boltrix is, doesn't deal with sensors, so you're fine. Probably all three together, Justin. Probably all three together. I mean, YouTube censorship is weird, because sometimes, you know, they censor certain words, but sometimes somebody spams a bunch and they don't do anything about it, so I don't know. I guess so, Hakim, I guess so. Anyway, back to the important topic. So, Liz, I'm gonna take all your corn, and I'm gonna move it on a big ship. I'm gonna get, the Ever Given on a case, you know, the experience with Suez Canal was very moving to me personally. I feel like they have a nice track record of delivering goods on time. So I think we'll enlist them, and we'll move all your corn on them. We'll mask it with containers, obviously, so you will never be able to find it. And we'll get it going. We'll get it going. Listen, Liz, it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. You can only flex your important flavors on me so many times before I get too jealous to want them all for myself. I'm like Grinch. I'm telling you. I love flavor, but I don't want anyone else to have it. I want it all for myself. Oh, I'm getting it all. I'm getting all of it, Liz. Don't you worry. Listen, Liz. Sharing is caring. So I'm taking all your sharing parts, and I'm not giving a care about it. That's how it works. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Justin. Likewise. I mean, you know, this is a safe space, and, like, I don't like restricting you guys on any topic whatsoever, so if there's anything you want to talk about, it's absolutely fine by me. As long as we're all civil about it and, you know, not getting each other's throats, that's all that I care about. And as long as we're having fun, you know? Because I need you guys to help me move all that corn. I can't do it by myself. And Liz is clearly going to be an arcade, so we gotta make haste. There's only so many tea leaves I can distract her with before it's too many. Or too little, rather. Listen, Liz, my British ancestry, or non-existent British ancestry, is tingling. You telling a Britman to not steal something? Are you being for real? Don't you know what imperialism is? Like, come on. Oh. Listen, Liz, how about this? I take all your corn, and I take all your people, and you move into Britain with us, okay? We're taking the best chefs you get to offer. We're taking all your ingredients, and you need to reform our country for the better. How about that? What do you say? Listen, Hakim, I gotta do what I gotta do in this world. Britain's struggling out there. I gotta do my part. I gotta invent the solution to the problem that we have, which is a lack of flavor. We gotta put more than just chips on a bloody piece of bread, okay? And call it a meal. We need more than that. We need flavor. We need passion. And most importantly, we need somebody to enlist that passion. Unbelievable. Is that a kind of repayment I get for my almighty ways? Unbelievable. What do you mean it makes 0 sense, Liz? It makes 100% sense. You just have to have an eye to see it. A third eye, that is. Because you see, when you have as much enlightenment as I do, you see things differently. Indeed, I did say passion. And what do you have to say about that, Liz? You see? No rebuttal there, huh? So basically, I'm taking your corn and I'm taking you with me so you can process that corn for me. That's a deal. In fact, it's a steal, if anything. And look, if you are able to reform our country, I can cut you a lucrative deal of supplying as much tea leaves as you possibly want. Unlimited supply. I feel like it's a pretty good deal, if you ask me. You bring us culture, and we bring you tea. I feel like that's a good trade, honestly. Nicely? But what about imperialism? What about my ancestry? How will I make my conquestrian ancestors proud? I have to ensure the bloodline of the imperialism runs deep in these roots. It is what it is. Exactly, Liz. You can't escape. I know your weaknesses. I know them all. You can run, but you can never hide. I mean, to be fair, Hakim, that does sound like a solid plan, honestly. Listen, Liz, I'll get you a McFlurry and an extra side serving of imperialism on the side. What do you say? Would that be enough to tempt you to join my ways? Listen, you're gonna join the almighty plan of conquering every nation in existence, one stolen dish at a time. Is that not the kind of imperialism you would like to be a part of? Like, come on. I mean, McFlurry, as far as I know, I never had it, but I'm pretty sure that's like just ice cream blended together with a bunch of toppings. I believe. So, you like ice cream, don't you? Ah, bueno! I mean, golly, that's a deal of a century if I ever heard one. Liz, I would take it, honestly. That sounds like a good deal to me. What do you mean doesn't sound like a solid plan, Liz? Golly, a tough customer. Alright, Liz, how about this? You get McFlurry, half a Bueno, and a nice cup of tea on the side. The finest of teas from my personal collection, taken from the depth of the tea plantations that may or may not be not in England, but somewhere else. In an undisclosed location, known by nobody, even myself. Okay, so we completed all of these. That is fine. What do you mean, the lack of respect? We're giving you all the respect you'll ever want. I mean, to be honest, I never been... Well, that's a lie. I've been to McDonald's before, but, like, I haven't been to McDonald's lately. But the one thing that I know about it is that the ice cream machines never work. It's like a conspiracy theory. Across the land, no matter which country you go to, the ice cream machines never work. Exactly, Liz. You gotta think about it nicely. You know, you can be a proud and loud owner of not only McFlurry and half a burrito, but also a nice cup of tea. I mean, to be honest, you can bribe me with food, you know? You offer me a nice dinner, and I'll do whatever you need me to do. I'll overthrow a country, you know, I'll overturn the ocean, I'll go to the moon like Saitama, you know, and leave my body imprint there, if I have to. But, just let me know. Just let me know. Hi there, Random, glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. I did indeed do that. I did indeed do that. Okay, let's get all of these going. Do another run of a boy Bianca stamp. Oh, I do remember about that one. That was pretty exciting. Because like, we haven't been to the moon in a hot minute. Which is surprising, because you would think the first time we went to moon, all those eons ago, we would be like, oh, let's go again. But no. We were just like, you're just a big rock. Ain't nothing there. We ain't going again. Now you're speaking like a true imperialism enjoyer, Liz. That's what I like to hear. Now we can talk like true colonizers, you and I. That's what runs in our veins. That's what we're meant to be. Alright, so that's sorted now. I guess we can do a few rounds of adventure while we're at us. Because we did all the dailies. And let's do... I think I haven't completed them all, so... Let's try to get... actual all stars on these ones. Because it looks like I didn't even bother completing half of them. I mean, people do say moon is made out of cheese as well, Justin. There's plenty of people out there that have strange opinions. Oh, B6 Ikaku? Ooh, Liz, now that is an offer of a millennium, honestly. Just having B6 Ikaku is opening so many doors and so many possibilities for you to conquer the world itself, because There's not a single soul out there with B6 Ikaku. It's a myth. It's like a white whale. People hear of it, but they never seen it. So I would take that deal, because you would be the loud and proud owner of the only maxed out bald man in existence. And that's a title I feel like is very coveted, and I think you should take it. I'll still give you tea, Liz. Don't you worry. The tea is on me. I'm the man of my word, and I never go back on it. If I offered something, it's still on the table. Don't you worry. I do know, Justin, I'm not that fancy. I mean, some people do, but like, I'm not one of them. I drink my tea, just, you know, with both hands on the cup. Just like it was intended originally. I don't do it in the fancy way, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, Liz, but wouldn't you want to have the title of the only human being in existence to have B6 Ikaku? Wouldn't that the kind of prestige you would like to have? I use a handle, I wrap my hands on it like a bag grip, you know, I grab it from every single angle. And I scold my hands just to make sure that I feel alive. Nah, I'm just kidding. I do use the handle. I'm just pulling your leg. Nobody can Hakim. Ikaku is a kind of weapon that none of us are brave enough or powerful enough to withhold. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Liz is basically summoning your inner Britishness and, you know, unconsciously putting her pinky up and in the most cautious accent being like, "Oh, this is the finest tea I've ever seen in my life. Oh, what a fine blend this is. Truly peculiar. Oh, what is it, bergamot? Absolutely wonderful." Oh, Liz. Listen, you challenge me, and that's what you get when you challenge. Listen, Hakim, Liz is the kind of woman that would debate you even if she's wrong. Even if you tell Liz that black is black, she will debate you that it's white. Until the end of time, she would be like, "Yeah, but who is to say that black is black? What if it's white indeed? What if you look at it from a certain angle, and you know, the light refraction shine upon it, and then you can see the whiteness within. I'm like, Liz, still black. And she's gonna let him, nope, no it's not, no it's not. Oh. Well, because we invented them, Justin. I don't know what to tell you. We invented them, so that's what we call them. In America, you guys decided to call them different. It's kind of why you call football soccer, is because you just felt like it. I don't know what to tell you. But we call chips crisps. Basically the packaged one, you know, the potato chips. We just call them crisps. That's the only difference. And you guys call fries chips. Or the other way around, rather. You call chips fries. That is the main difference, but to be fair, it really doesn't matter. It's one of those things. It's just whatever you call it, it's fine. It's all the same. And also, Liz, I'm not sure if I would have changed my mind. I would probably be just as stubborn, and I would just engage my inner complainer. I'd just be like, nope, I don't agree. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, I genuinely don't care. Like, I know that some people in Britain get, like, very, very passionate about American people call football soccer, and I'm like, I genuinely don't care. Call it whatever you want. It's the same thing. It's basically 22 millionaires running on a football pitch, kicking ball around. You know, at the end of the day, it's not that deep. It's not like they're doing quantum science, that you have to be precise about it. Life is too short to argue about stuff like that. Mashed potatoes? Usually just mash. With like mash on the side. That's French style. What are you getting fancy for, Liz? Unbelievable. No, just with your naming style. You sound too fancy, Liz. Just call them MASH, okay? No need to get pretentious about it. Just call it MASH and let's get over it. The simpler the word, the better. Because wasn't mashed potatoes originally invented in France, I believe? I think it was. I could be wrong about it, but I'm relatively certain it was. It is indeed pure father, Justin. The purest of the fathers. As only the purest of fathers is allowed to touch the holy potato, to mash them up, in a holy sanctum of the kitchen. God forbid you're not getting the pure father to do it. If you're getting an unpure father, your potatoes ruined. The mash turns gritty, and you'll never get luxurious feel. No, I'm sure you guys invented like deep fried butter. That's definitely your invention. I don't think anybody wants to take it away from you. I still, and there's no dig at you personally, Justin. I just still getting baffled to this day. The only in America people decided to take a stick of butter, freeze it, dunk it in butter, and fry it. Like, that's just genuinely baffling to me. But you know what? I respect the goal. Because only in America would they have enough gold to do something like that. Listen, Liz, you don't have to hide your pure fathers from mashing potatoes, okay? I understand. You want your potatoes nice and holy. Well, that is fine. That is fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I know, that's ingenuity at its best, Justin. Ingenuity at its best. Can't really argue about that one. I mean, to be fair, I feel like Italians should be thanking American people a lot because before America basically invented like Italian-American cooking, Italian cooking wasn't as prevalent as it is today. So I feel like if any sort of populace should be thankful to America is Italians. Because, like, you know, spaghetti bolognese, nobody even knew what it was before Americans got a hold of it. You know, spaghetti and meatballs, it's basically, like in Italy, they don't actually have the meatballs the size of a little child's head. They're actually very tiny. You know, pizza, I mean, they basically popularized it single-handedly. So, I'm just saying, in that regard, you guys got it going. So Italians have to be giving you like an order of approval. And then they're probably gonna look at how you desecrated their heritage and they're gonna be like, well, on the other hand, maybe the fame is not that good. Because, like, I met a lot of people that when they say they like Italian cooking, in a lot of cases, what they refer to as Italian cooking is not actual Italian cooking. It's Italianized foreign cooking, basically. I mean, yeah. And there was a lot of Italian immigrants. And that's why Italian cooking is so prevalent in, like, eastern part of America, because there were a lot of immigrants, like in New York, New Jersey especially, that, you know, came over and they brought their food along with them. I don't like Earl Grey tea. I don't like black tea. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Black tea is for simple-minded people. I said it. If you can appreciate the pure, elated state of a green tea, I just feel like you ain't gotta go. Because black tea is fine, I just don't like it. And honestly, green tea is way superior. Because black tea just, it hasn't got it going. Like, let's be honest. Green tea is a supreme overload of teas. And it shall remain as such until the end of time. Exactly. I'm glad we're on the same page. Because I met some people that didn't like green tea, and honestly, I was like, if you don't like green tea, I don't like you. And they just, only in Britain though. Everybody outside Britain is fine, but in Britain, if you say you like black tea more than you like green tea, that's a war statement right there. That's a declaration of territorial warfare. No, in China they like green tea as well. They don't really do black tea over there. in Asia, green tea is a prevalent kind. Like, there's have black tea, but that's not the main one. I never rest DBL. There's no rest for the wicked. We keep going until I collapse or you guys collapse. That's a deal. And chances are I probably will collapse first. Well then, bring black tea to the table, Liz, because that's the easiest way. Jasmine tea is not really black tea though. That's a different kind of tea. Because like to me, the three kinds of teas. Black, green, and flavored. And what I mean by flavored is basically any tea that is infused with like, you know, bergamot, chamomile, you know, any sort of other flower. Jasmine, you know, all of those, and you get your fruity kind, and those are different. Those are a category of their own. Like, there's plain teas and then there's flavored teas. I like the challenge, Liz. Let's do this one as well. I mean, to be fair, it is 2 AM already. I can only go lost in a sauce and lost track of time. Oh, I never said jasmine tea is bad. Like, to me personally, is green tea at the top, then you go your flavored teas, and then black tea at the bottom. They're just a ranking. I didn't make it. It's just how tea tastes. Because, like, Earl Grey and all those kinds of teas, first of all, they're too strong, and second of all, their flavor is not that good. Like, I'm just being honest. Because, like, one of my personal favorite teas is spearmint tea. You get a nice spearmint tea, and it's so refreshing, so light. After a meal especially, ooh, it goes so good. I know what horchata is, but I never had the water. Isn't horchata supposed to be kind of like the hot chocolate with spice? Oh, am I thinking of something else? I'm probably then thinking of something else. Because is it different to like Mexican hot chocolate? I'm probably thinking of something different. I mean, might as well, Justin, might as well. We're slowly conquering the world, one very peculiar conversation at a time. I thought it was hot chocolate for a second. I could be thinking of something else though. Let's see if I can find it. Personally milk, because I feel like it makes it taste better. But what is fine, it depends on what kind of hot chocolate you're using. Because some hot chocolate, I feel like milk makes it way too sweet. And sometimes you want to use water to dilute it slightly. But for the most part, I am all the way, milk. That's what I grew up with, that's what I know, and that's what I'm used to. Well, yeah, pretty much. So it kind of depends what kind of chocolate you're using. So it is hot chocolate then. I was right, Liz. Am I wrong? It looks like hot chocolate to me. Okay, hold up. You guys be the judge of this. Unless I'm crazy. Doesn't that look like hot chocolate to you? No? I mean, am I wrong? Well, it looks like it, Liz. I don't know what to tell you. That definitely looks like hot chocolate, I'll tell you that much. Where do you get the color from, then? Look. It looks brown. I don't know what to tell you. I thought it had chocolate in it. Okay, rice, milk, sugar, almonds, vanilla, and cinnamon. Alright, fair enough. I apologize, Liz. I just saw it, and I was like, that gotta have some chocolate in it or something that makes it brown. I never had it, Liz, but I'll take your word for it. I feel like if you add chocolate to it, it would be better, though. Just saying. Just saying. Exactly, Liz. You see? Exactly. You add chocolate to that, and you have a very funky hot chocolate. And you see? You gotta think outside the box. Oh, you know what else you can do? You can combine Mexican hot chocolate with hot chata, and then just have the ultimate delight that will please the masses. Don't thank me, Liz. Just remember, when you do make your first billion with that kind of idea, remember who taught you all you know. What do you mean no, Liz? What do you mean no? I do like a nice black chocolate, or dark chocolate rather. I'm not a big fan of like white one, even though it's not chocolate at all. Milk one I can tolerate, but sometimes it's too sweet. So kind of depends. Well, Liz, have you tried it? Because if you haven't tried it, how do you know it's not gonna taste good? I dare you to take horchata and Mexican hot chocolate, put them in the same glass, stir it together, and try it. And then, when your taste buds are gonna be delighted, you can thank me later. No, you do not know, Liz. I'm telling you. You take those both beverages, You combine them, and then when you will be amazed by my culinary prowess, you're gonna think that I was crazy at the time. But then again, they call Da Vinci crazy. Look where it led him. Look where it led him. I'm telling you, Liz, when I'll revolutionize Mexican cooking, you're gonna be there. And I'm gonna be right next to you with all the corn. And we're gonna go places. I'm telling you, we're gonna go places. With my ingenuity and your resources, we're gonna reach far. With cherries. I don't know how she's gonna feel about that one, Justin. That might be taking a little bit too far. You see, DBL already getting into the role. The man is already starting his conquest. That's kind of enthusiasm I like to see. I like to see that. I do like a good cherry, especially a black cherry. Those are pretty goated. Churro. To be honest, I mean, having a nice horchata and Mexican hot chocolate mixed together with a nice churro on the side, and maybe use churro as a straw. That's an ultimate life hack there. Okay, Liz. So what you gotta do? You take horchata, you take Mexican hot chocolate, you combine them in 1-to-1 ratio, and then you take churro and you drink it through that. Man, we are coming up with heated ideas one after another. I'm telling you, using churro as a straw is the next big maneuver. It's a big next maneuver. You gotta get one of those big ones, though, not the dinky ones. You're gonna get a nice big churro. Hibiscus? Yeah, I had hibiscus tea. It's fine. Not like my favorite, but it is decent. Listen, Justin, I feel like your idea finalized a dish and made it into perfection that it is right now. We combined 3 of the greatest desserts that Mexican culture has to offer, and we made a wonderful dish because of it. And I feel like Liz is just gonna be, you know, spreading the good word of our culinary wisdom. Fine wine. Liz, I have bad news. We were too late. The Mexican goes ahead of us. Apparently horchata chocolate is already a thing. No! Our $1 billion idea! No! Port and Finn already did it in 2016. You sons of guns, Port and Finn. I swear to God. I swear to God, who made it? Which son of a gun beat us to it? And they already have cinnamon stick in there as well. Okay, we still beat them. We still beat them on the churro, guys. Okay, they're not using churro yet. We are ahead of the game. Okay, we are ahead of the curve. We are doing this our own way. We steal the recipe, but we add the churro. Okay, that's how it goes. These sons of guns! How dare they! How dare they? How dare they? Okay, Liz, we gotta get all the churros. We can't let them have it. We can't have them. DBL, unfortunately, the greatest idea gets stolen from us all the time. It doesn't have a chura, okay? We still beat them on the chura. That is a big next thing. I feel like as long as we get the chura going, the pattern is still ours for the taking. Okay, how about this? What if we take Caesar salad and put it in a taco? We call it Caesar taco. What do you guys think about that? It's like a salad with an extra step. I feel like people will go crazy for that one. Because who doesn't like extra carbs in their salads? And then, what if we do, like, inside-out burrito, where basically all the ingredients are gonna be outside and tortilla on the inside? It's kind of like a sushi situation, but reversed. I don't know how we're gonna package it yet, but I feel like that's gonna be a pretty good one. So you start with the good part, and then you just level tortilla on the inside. And you gotta use fork and knife, basically, otherwise it's gonna get too messy. I don't know, Liz. I don't know. That is an R&D that we have to invest in. I'm just giving you ideas. Look, Liz, Mexican cultures already have it all. I don't know what to tell you. You guys already thought of everything. You're too ahead of the game. Why couldn't you be like British people and not think of these all cool ideas? Okay, what about this? What if we take Italian pizza and we make it into Mexican pizza? You know how Taco Bell has Mexican pizza? What if we actually do a proper Mexican pizza, you know? We get some masa flour, we make a nice dough out of it, and we put all the nice Mexican ingredients on top of it. Like, you know, we get some al pastor meat. We get some nice, fresh, like pico de gallo maybe. Salsa base. And, Asiago cheese. You know, just a nice little blend of Mexican culture. You already have Mexican pizza? No! Oh, jeez, Louise. Liz, what do you not have? No! How is it possible? Who thinks of all these ideas? Because it's clearly not me. Oh. Golly. Listen, Justin. Taco Bell is as Mexican as curry is British, which is very. Okay, don't you disrespect them. They're like Liz's distant cousin that she doesn't talk about. He doesn't want to acknowledge as such. Oh, man. Liz, you have it all. I give up. You have it all. You have all of it. There's nothing to invent anymore. You invented it all. I mean, I have never seen it, but I can believe it now that you tell me that those things exist. Well, no British people, DBL. British people feel like it is British. Because what, do you know what our national dish is? Is curry. The last time you looked up curry, did British culture come up? And if it did, I don't know what to tell you. Because if you look at the map, India and Britain are not really close, now are they? I mean, you know what? That is fair. That is fair. Exactly, Justin. They appropriate our culture. Those heathens. How dare they steal our curry? Oh, man. Exactly, DBL. Exactly. The spicier, the better. I feel like I wouldn't be the good person to cover that kind of thing, Justin, to be honest. It is a fun idea, I just don't think I would be, as I said, the right person to do it. I don't even know what eye support is. I know it's like a crustacean, but I don't know what it tastes like. I mean, I guess so, Justin. I guess so. Ugh. But then again, DBL, you gotta understand that people will eat anything. Absolute anything. Well, lobsters are kind of underwater roaches as well. Because back in the day, lobsters used to be a peasant food until, you know, we ate them all and then they become the peak of luxury. I mean, that is fair, Justin. That is fair. Can't really argue with that one. You see, I'm not the biggest horror fan, personally. I don't mind it, but I'm not, like, super big on being scared, to be honest. It's one of those things where I'd rather not be. My first horror movie that I ever watched was Alien vs. Predator when I was like 6 or 7 as well. And wasn't a big fan, shall we say. Wasn't a big fan. Liz, calling you a woman of peace is like calling me a man of culture. Some things we are just not. I haven't, Liz. As I say, I'm not a big horror guy. I've seen the big ones, but it's just never been my thing. I never heard of it, to be honest. But then again, the last time I watched like a movie was ages and ages ago. At some point, I used to be a pretty big movie buff when I was growing up, and I used to watch movies all the time. But at some point, I switched to like anime more than anything, and then I switched to manhwa. So it has been a long time since I just like sat down and watched a movie. So I'm not really familiar with like especially the new ones. Well, I mean, I guess a fair point, Liz. Can't really argue with that one. At least you know your limits. And you constrain yourself within them. I can respect that. I can respect that. Oh, very nice, Winter. Very nice. Hopefully you have a nice match going and win. And remember, if you do win, I want to hear a nice speech from you, okay? I want you to give me I have a dream kind of speech, you know? The kind that will shake the masters and will leave everybody baffled and stunned in bewilderment at your unbelievable glory. Exactly, we believed in you from begging. Winter, don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Look, Liz. Cut me some slack. It's almost 3 a.m. It's fine, Winter. It's fine. You will do great. You will succeed, and the good things will befall you. I believe in you. Just try your best. Don't stress about it, and good thing will come. Oh, sorry to hear that, Winter. Look on the brighter side. You're a free man now, you know, you can do whatever you need. And just focus all your attention and effort on the big game. I don't know, Justin, you ask her. Okay, so I still have a couple weeks then. Ooh, very nice, Winter, very nice. Ooh, Justin, you displease Mexican lady. Not good, not good. No, absolutely no worries, Winter. I'm sure you have bigger fish to fry with the tournament and everything, so hopefully everything goes well. And I'll be expecting good news, basically. Don't let me down. But yeah, have a good night, and I'll catch you later. I'm sure Liz will forgive you, Justin. She has a big heart and even bigger attitude. And as such, she will forgive you. Eventually. Eventually. Oh man, it's almost 2:45. How time flies when you're having fun. I don't know, Liz. I don't know. That's a question of the hour. Look, somebody has to be a peacemaker over here. And it's clearly not you. It's clearly not you. Okay, so I sorted all of these out. That's all good and well. Let's activate this one. There we go. Listen, what better way to make peace than to conquer everybody who may disrupt said peace? And then the ultimate peace occurs. Ugh. I do trust you, Justin. I do trust you. Nobody's homeless. Never was, never will be. I will never open the door. The door is locked, forever shut. Never to be opened until a magic phrase is being uttered. I will never do, Liz. Never have, never will. The door is shut, forever tightly sealed in the cosmos of the universe. Can never open it. Yeah, I believe somebody mentioned earlier today, and if I wake up early enough, I might stream today, 7 Deadly Sins. If not, I'll probably do it next week. We'll kind of have to wait and see, because I didn't expect to stream almost till 3 AM today. But here we are. Here we are. I will... Listen, Liz, my windows are reinforced with metal bars. You ain't getting in either. Listen, Liz. What is with your pessimistic attitude today? Come on. Have some faith. I do indeed, Justin, I do indeed. Never forget. I don't know, DBL. I don't know. She clearly has an agenda that she wants to confirm. Ugh. I mean, pretty much. Because all I need to do is just get that video edited throughout the next week. And basically after that, we'll be relatively free. Which shouldn't have take too long, to be honest, because it wasn't that big. But yeah, it will be pretty nice. Look, Liz. Look. I tried my best. And I did warn you that I may or may not have brought the worst luck imaginable to your account, but at the end of the day, we came far. We succeeded how we succeeded. You were an integral part of the success formula in DDBL. Look, Liz, if I open the door, what kind of crimes are you gonna commit? What kind of unholy sins will you unleash upon this world? Well, now that you put it this way, DBL, I guess you were pretty integral, and you were an important piece of the puzzle known as Liz's downfall. Alright, we'll do one more chapter, and I think after that I'll probably call it a day. Because my brain's slowly but surely shutting down. What did I do? I did nothing, Liz. I was merely, you know, being a good boy that I am, you know, trying to bring the good luck to your domain, and it didn't work out. Like, what am I supposed to do? I never even once throughout the stream wished you anything but good things. And this is how you repay me? What do you mean? I never slandered you. I haven't slandered you at all today, in fact. All I said was words of encouragement, wisdom, and appreciation. That's all I did. That is all I did. Forever cursed. It's quite a fate. Quite a fate. I feel like Liz would be a very good, what was that lawyer's guy's name? I feel like she would fit very well with that individual. She got the same kind of mentality to her name. I'm not laughing. I'm just giggling, you know? It's 3 a.m. in a giggly mood. Doesn't mean I'm laughing at you, Liz. I'm merely laughing with you. Yeah, that's my boy. That's who Liz would embody perfectly. She would bring the law and the justice hammer upon everyone in her sight. I mean, he's always sleep deprived, just like you, Liz. He's always, you know, vigilant, just like you, Liz. And he wants to seek havoc and destruction whenever he goes, just like you, Liz. I mean, I'll take your word for DBL, because to be honest, it has been a while since I caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen. So my memory of it is hazy. Well, Liz, I can't please you today. Even when I say stuff right, I'm still wrong. And what can I do? What can I do? I mean, at least you get the confidence to back it up, Liz. That's all I gotta say. That's a very interesting perspective on things, Liz. Especially the last part, quite peculiar, isn't it? Oh man, it's almost 3 o'clock already. Golly, how time flies. I kinda lost track of time after a certain point, to be honest. I kinda forgot what dimension I'm in, even. Okay, guys, I think I should probably do a smart adult decision and probably call it a day, to be honest. Because I'm slowly but surely passing out, and I just... I feel like it would be a very adult-like decision on me to go to bed at 3 a.m. You know? I feel like if I don't, I might just pass out on you all. But then again, you know? We're already here, so I might as well just finish this chapter. The choices. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I be a responsible adult and call it a day, or should I continue my sleepless streak and just keep going? I'll let you decide. What is a DBO? You want a manhwa to read? Let's see. What genre do you like? I'm the Fated Villain is one of my personal recommendations. Another one that I got into lately was I Shocked My Empress Wife, which is basically a story about a guy who gets transfigured into cultivation world, and he gets a system where he gets buffs depending on how much he shocks people. I only started that one, but so far the start was pretty good. Listen, Liz, I already told you why I can't do it. The almighty copyright laws are not forgiving. Unfortunately, I can't do that on streams. If you want shonen, I Am the Fated Villain would definitely work for you then. I'll think about it, Liz, if time allows it. If time allows it. Look, Liz, I'm a busy man. But as I said, if I do have time, perhaps I can do it. I won't ever make promises I can't keep, so that's why I'm saying that perhaps. If winds of fate allow us to cross again, we shall meet on the predestined road towards immortal path. And as such, may the summer breeze lead us towards the greatness of the everlasting sun, beaming upon our glory, and radiate a path towards success. I am the fated villain. If you read on Asura's scans, you'll be able to find it. I personally read on Ravenscans, even though it's a place full of mischief, shall we say, because it's full of, shall we say, a more spice-oriented stuff. So as long as you delicately evade those kinds of genres, shall we say, I personally found it to be the easiest one to read on. No, it's fine, Liz. As I said, like joke aside, if I do have the time, I'll do it, but because I did enjoy it as well. Just as I said, my schedule has been pretty busy lately, so it's kind of tough to find. Yeah, it does. They were the ones who translate originally. Asura's kind of like the biggest one. They're pretty much the big dog of the scanlation game. It used to be them and Reaper scans, but unfortunately Reaper scans go bound to the Shadow Realm, so they kind of gone. But Asura scan is like the last bastion of high quality translations, shall we say. Not the last one, but like one of the bigger ones. I wasn't talking about the ads, Liz. I was talking about other things, but it's alright. Ignorance is bliss, shall we say. I mean, to be honest, there's a bunch of aggregation websites, DBL. There's tons and tons of them. It's just finding like a decent translation, because in a lot of cases, like, I find a manhwa that I like, but the translation is absolute dog water. And it's very hard to find a decent one usually, because a lot of scanlation sites, they used to be like really big, are kind of gone now, which is unfortunate. But you gotta do what you gotta do. smart choice, Liz, don't. Do not ask. Because the less you know, the better. When it comes to anime, I'm the wrong guy, because I don't really watch anime nowadays. That is fair, DBL. I respect that kind of dedication, not gonna lie. I mean, I never had subscription to Crunchyroll to begin with, to be honest. Because I used to use the old school method, which is find, like, Russian dubs and listen to them. So, you know. I was born a rogue, and I will die as such. Well, what do you think those were? Do you think those were professionally dubbed, Liz? Come on. I once listened to a whole guy do like 20 different voices. A female voices included, by the way. 100 episodes of that, and I had a ball. I didn't know Bleach is on YouTube. I'll do you one better. I've had some dubs which actually would re-sing the entire intro and outro. That's how much I was deep into it. Ah, I see. Trying to outplay copyright. Interesting. I guess so, DBL, I guess so. You see, Liz, you always gotta have ad block. You have ad block, you have zero issues when you watch on those kinds of sites. And in fact, if you go to those kinds of sites without ad block, you're doing yourself and your browsing history a disservice. Ooh, this might be, I won't be able to do this one, I don't think. Because 3 teams might be a bit much. But I guess we can give it a shot. Well, actually, probably can do strike 1. Listen, Liz. Ever since I was 6, I already had unblock in hand. I was too privy to the ways of the ads. No, it's fine. I did promise you guys to finish this chapter, and then after that I'm gonna go to the land of No, don't you worry. I actually feel fine for the most part, but I should probably rest a little bit, because we've been going at it for the past 12 hours. And I do feel slightly tired, shall we say. Well, some may call it crazy, I call it ingenuity. Well, DBL was bound to happen. You see, you always gotta do your Ctrl-Alt-Shift. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. A Ctrl-Alt-F. F4, you know. You know what, that's a classy dad right there. He was like, you know what, I've been there, son. I've seen them all. Now it's your time to become a man. As long as you were not watching Boku no Pico, I feel like you were fine. Because if you were watching that, I feel like your father would be way more disappointed in you. Ah, you see, so I will remain victorious then, Liz. I see. Oh, DBL, my sweet summer child. Ooh, wouldn't you like to know? Listen, I think Liz would be able to tell you all about it. Just ask the ancient one over here, and she'll be able to tell you all the deeds. Because I don't have it in me to do so. I don't think I would like to enlighten you, shall we say, about such matters. And I feel like who is better to do so than Liz? Look, DBL, if you do search it up, just remember that it was Liz that told you about it, not me. I had nothing to do with it, and definitely don't watch back the vault to find out if it's true. Just trust me. Just trust me. You see, DBL, what you need to know is that denial is the first step of guilt. A first sign of it. Have I now, Liz? Or have you mentioned it and you just forgot about it? I don't know, I don't know. Well, DBL, that's for you to decide and for Liz to find out when you do tell her about it. What do you mean it's recorded? Impossible. You telling me this entire endeavor has been recorded all this time and I haven't been just talking to the voices in my head for the past 12 hours? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Well, DBL, you can't really describe it. It's something that you have to witness to believe, and there's no amount of preparation that could prepare you or your eyes for you will be witnessing if you do decide to embark upon that path. I mean, for once I do agree with Liz. For your own sanity's sake, I would just pretend that you didn't hear it. Pretend like me and Liz never mentioned anything. Especially Liz, to be honest. Because, you know, I feel like she was half a contributor by reacting as strongly as she did. If she just played it cool, we would never be here right now. Look, DBL, all jokes aside, I feel like if you do search it up near your parents, they most likely will very strongly considering, you know, giving you a strong, stern talking to them afterwards. Listen, Liz, you were the main contributor. I may have been the perpetrator, but you were the promoter. You were the strings behind the puppeteer. Well, Liz, that's for you to decide and for us to find out, isn't it? And as such, I feel like this is as good time as any to call it a day, guys. Today, we had quite an eventful day. You know, we came to get Szayelaporro, and we decided to go for two of them, in fact. We got my own, we got Liz's Szayelaporro, both of which were quite fascinating. We had all the fun in the world. We went on many adventures. We had many fun experiences. We laughed, we cried, we dreamt. And as such, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. And I hope all of you will remember to never look up what Boku no Pico is. Take that wisdom with you until the end of times. As such, have a good night, everyone. I may or may not will show up again today at about 3 o'clock. If I do, so be it. If I don't, I'll see you all on Saturday yet again. Until then, have a good night, everyone. And if I don't see you tomorrow, have a good Sunday as well. Until next time, I'll see you all later. And I did see the Almighty Experience bar list. It is pretty big. Until next time, have a good night all. And bye-bye.